it? Yes, there we go. What's up, everybody?
Hello.
Last split second thought here on trying this out. I found out that OBS didn't mind running with Division 2 turned on the lowest settings, and if we were going to do a split screen like this, it wouldn't matter, because my screen would be itty bitty anyways. This is exciting.
I'm excited.
Now, if I have to turn my microphone on to talk to somebody, you might actually have to turn off your setting on yours to be able to hear me. That might cause some weird reverb with our setup, unless...
I don't have a microphone on.
Yeah, but you're on stream, and your screen is being picked up. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on, we don't have sound coming through on either of these, but I just turn them on. There we go. Sorry, guys. I forgot about that. There we go. Now we have sound of the games, both of them. Now, are we going to hear the exact same thing multiple times from enemies? I have no idea. That's why this is a good test. I need to mess with my aim. Not sensitive enough.
Open the doors. Hold door. I think I'm supposed to be out.
Not use this controller.
Oh, I get a 5.
Hostile radio intercepted.
We're under attack. It might be a diversion, so be ready. Hey, asshole! You stepped over the line.
One took over the line. Oh, dude, the recoil on this is garbage. I was like, ooh, legendary for me. No, thank you. Oh, you bitch. Crotch shots. I've noticed crotch shots are just as much damage as a headshot.
That's a well.
Little head, big head.
Hostile radio intercepted.
So you don't get ahead of yourself.
I'm heading upstairs to the hospital. Everybody, get to the
Touche.
atrium.
I say.
Saints here.
Who now?
Dude, fuck this gun now. Hold on one sec. We will have no backup with this second. What this does?
The quit hiding. I know.
Ooh, nice. I'll have to mod it though. Check out my mods, bro.
Alright, full.
Dog, just find a spot. He does this dance. If he's not up here with us, he'll go back and forth to the couch. Like, where do I go? Like, just, get up here. Do it. Do all the things.
Nobody gets through.
It's gonna be a good fight. I remember this place. Barrel right next to him. They don't like that. That's because I
To
think
bullets
he
in the head?
comes out later on.
How are you gonna be immune to bullets to the head? And how do you get that?
Right?
I want that.
Me too.
Is that like a life hack of some sort? Oh, don't you touch that gun.
Right?
Absolutely not. Not yours. No touchy. Oh, ow. Ow. I got you. Oh, this is... That's too nice. I got a cat hair in my eye.
Oh shit! Ah!
Serious trauma.
Help me! I'm trying... Oh, you're down?
Oh, you're good. I'm safe. Come up here, though. You got this. Good boy.
I
He
don't
just
feel
wants to be
safe.
clean, mommy and daddy.
Oh, I don't feel safe at all. Come on.
You know, I hate this controller.
Oh my. Okay. Oh my. Oh no, no, no.
They're right there.
Don't touch. Hands off.
Fucking bitch. Jesus. I am suppressed. Dude, use your health pack. Why aren't you using your health pack? Oh, because I'm using the wrong button.
Oh, bitch. Oh. I booped your snoot.
That's my minigun.
Don't. You think you got something going on. You don't.
You went all the way to the top floor.
Don't
Take the stairs
touch
to
it.
the right of the elevators and work your way up.
I hate this controller
Electronic device detected.
so much. Now, I wonder if there's anything I can give you. I don't think I can.
Oh, you're good.
I have some stuff I stashed from the beginning, you know. Back at the
Oh,
stash.
goodness. Some here. Ooh, loot.
Give me the loot, give me the loot.
Kinda.
Biggie Small.
It's like whack-a-mole. Oh. What is that? Level up? Get up!
Cool, we don't share loot.
No.
Like, you don't see the loot I'm seeing, and I don't see the loot you're seeing. Which is good. Come over this way. Always check side halls and rooms. Sometimes there's boxes hiding.
Is that a side mission? I think so.
At least in the beginning.
No, you're not. Ellie, don't say something you'll regret. She doesn't care about you either, Dad. She doesn't care about any of us.
And there's little blue boxes where you can get resupplied too. Right over here. Over here. And there's one over here too. Right there.
Does that like give you all your ammo and stuff?
Ammo, and eventually once you get your perks up, it'll start giving you grenades and stuff too. You know, I think you get health packs no matter what, but grenades not at first. Those you kind of have to get off of people.
Well, he's not immune to bullets to the face. His boss is. Hope Okay.
Get off the wall. It's so sticky. This wall.
An agent needs assistance.
Back up behind something.
Agent.
Damn.
Ah, shit. I hate this controller. Keep going. I need to get my Xbox controller out and pair it up.
Why do you have a handgun? What is that gonna do? Oh, I see you. I see you guys up there too.
You go over there and get him? Drone? Do your job, drone. Yeah, I really hate this controller. So much.
Agent down.
Okay.
Get up. Get off of me.
My drone's not doing its job. Just hovering. Just hovering. Whoa. I don't like being this far up here.
We need to stop advancing, is what we're doing.
That's-
We need to stop doing.
Yeah. So,
We need to take out the bad guys first. We do not have the weaponry for that. Or the people to just go in guns a-blazing.
oh,
I hate this controller. I'm gonna shut up though. Anybody start hearing that?
a little bit, Mike. I'll figure this out.
Need to do.
This thing here.
This up.
Drone, get out of my face. I'm mad at you. Just hovering around observing.
Right?
There's some room up here. Oh, never mind.
Sometimes you have to press LB to make the drone focus, and it just wasn't showing up on my screen. So just wanted to be a little sidekick there for a minute, I guess.
Right. Opening the door. To nothing.
I just found an ammo stockpile. I'm gonna detonate it.
Poor black balls. What?
Give it a second. Oh yeah? Yeah, you can get me.
There was a game like this for the Nintendo back in the day. They'd pop up in Windows.
Yeah,
Unlike Mattel.
I was actually
That's what
thinking
you
about
get,
that in this
you
game
sons of bitches.
quite a bit
Doing all right
recently.
there, Kelso?
As long as I'm not breathing
Ooh,
asbestos.
let me turn
That blast did
down
a lot of damage.
my feed just a little bit.
Come on. Stand up. Don't be a bitch. Stand up.
Maybe that's gonna be better. This is
Different gun.
difficult to maintain stream-wise. I should be putting a limiter on my feed, actually. I have a limiter on most of the feeds, so it doesn't get too high no matter what. And then I turn everything up a little bit so you can hear even a whisper fairly well on the stream. Oh, I just Bubby. There's a dog. There's a dog. All right. Go ahead and do your things. I'm just kind of curious on what everything sounds like together. Just kind of curious. Go ahead. Nice. Hell yeah. These people gonna come running up on us, possibly, and try to hit us.
Shoot your face. I know it goes the other so I can kill you better. Yeah, peek your head out. Do it. Don't be scared.
You don't scared no more. You die.
I see you. Peekaboo. I know somebody can be bad at peekaboo. Oh. Kitty. I have the pump gun now.
Sometimes if you shoot blindly, they'll reveal themselves for just a sec. At least on single player mode. You know, as it works. Ah.
I'm waiting for you.
Worry, I'm here. Kill me, I'm here. Hmm? Hmm. Booty shot. Ooh, right here. Good loot chest here.
I'm on the roof, holding for backup.
I have eyes on you, Kelso.
You see Saint?
I don't know what he looks like, but there are plenty of hostiles up there.
Not for long.
Oh, the guy's gonna come running up. I thought that was in my way. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to use this controller. Yeah, I thought so.
There's no escaping me.
Really?
Fuck! Got someone down.
Am I doing electricity damage?
You might be. I don't know. I haven't gotten to properly look at the weapons I'm actually shooting.
If you want some time to go through your gear, just tell me at any point in time. I can just chill.
Oh no, you're good.
Okay. Where do we go? Oh, B button. That's a good guy.
Glad you made it. Ready when you are.
What are we hiding
Let's do
for?
this.
She's gonna help us a little bit. That did nothing to that guy?
He's immune to bullets in the face. Whoa!
Oh. Yeah. I am a horrible shot with this controller.
Share friend? Purple?
No, purple means just armored up. Yellow means boss, pretty much. Or boss light.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh my god, hit with a shrap.
Agent out of action.
Where you at? You down there?
Oh, yeah. I'm not down there.
Where are you?
Up here.
Up where?
To your left.
Oh! I thought you were the NPC character.
No, they shot me through the
Hold
fucking
A.
wall. Run!
Nope, don't. Wrong button. Oh, see that yellow guy over there? He's super heavily armored. Level 2 and 2 Saint.
Person looks like they're wearing a diaper.
Little bit. He's a happy diaper boy. That's a buff baby boy! Hims eats all the Wheaties and drinks all of the milks. He's so proud. You have any grenades? They love those. Go get him, drone. I mean, I guess I enjoy your camaraderie, but you could go get the bad guys. Oh, I thought I had grenades. That's what I was doing instead of shooting. Eleanor, where are you?
Oh, that's moving.
Your mom sent us to bring you home. Are you hurt?
Who are you? What's going on?
She's in shock. I'll bring her down when she's fit to move. Let's meet at the theater later.
Does this need to be moved? No. It's good. Oh. Almost smooshed the bubby. You don't smoosh the bubby. We pet the bubby. We snuggle the bubby.
Get down there and take care of him.
Snuggle up. Oh. I was killing things. I didn't see you cute, man. Back to killing.
Oh, back to killing again.
You tell me that.
Damn, dude. This surgery scar's been very itchy.
I know where we are. It's just here.
Maximum effort.
In your face. There people that get off. Oh.
Get off of there. Yes, I know. I was taking lots of bullets. I get it.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Oh, grenaders? Oh no!
Grenadier!
You want to
I keep talking about getting a better controller. I'm not doing so.
Peter. Peter. I missed. You didn't though. Oh wow. That's really dumb.
Could I not?
Is Odessa on the line?
I'll patch her in. Odessa? Kelso has some news for you.
We got Eleanor. Is she okay?
Eleanor!
Okay. I'm bringing her home. Oh, good. Oh, thank God. See you.
Ooh. Did I just level up twice?
You could have. Could be because I'm with you.
Footage of the hyenas might help you make more sense of them.
Oh, we can just fast travel there if you want. Go to your menu, or map, whatever. And go over to the green thing.
Fast travel.
Yep. We were just pretty much right there, but
Anyways, welcome back.
anyways.
Rooftops Radio with Carrie.
Oh, I need to turn this down because I thought you had your mic in.
No, I don't have a mic in.
Yeah, I was probably getting picked up. Let's see. Where's the controller for this guy? Turn that down. This is a rookie streaming move. I wonder how much of that was getting doubled up, tripled up.
I have no idea.
Hi, Agent.
Well, I can talk to her for you? For real?
That's crazy.
It's worse than ever, Odessa. We're barely holding things together.
What am I supposed to do?
Help us.
I am helping. I am helping. Just not the way you want me to.
We need you out there again. Your leg wouldn't stop you.
It's not about that.
I know it isn't. But if we fail...
All right. All right.
I'll skip this.
It's worse
I'm
than
skipping
ever,
it.
Odessa. We're barely holding things together.
So if you go to your map, you're going to find a whole bunch more things you can do.
Oh.
I recommend unlocking a new stronghold.
Which would be what?
Oh, it's not showing up on yours yet. Once you go through these, it might.
And tutorial. A lot of these missions are high level. Level 20.
Yeah, let's stay out of those and go to that one right there. But I would go back to DC real quick. You know, there's a guy there you want to talk to. I believe it's only at DC.
Here?
Yeah. Fast travel there.
Oh. Do.
There's somebody there that you can unlock skills and progression points,
Oh, nice.
which can also unlock mods for your weapons.
I like my
More
mods.
grenades. Yeah,
Mods, bro.
it's your mods, bro. All right, the very first person you see when you walk in to the left, I believe, is who you need to talk to about that.
Okay.
And once you find him, I'm going to use the restroom. You do your thing while you level up. Get your gains on.
Hello.
Drones are definitely helpful.
One more point for that meeting.
But I would go back to them because you have progression points to spend on your character. Oh, you don't have perks unlocked yet. Never mind.
So,
Okay, so what do you have to do here, then? I don't know. I'm gonna use the restroom. Roam around there. Get used to the different corridors, hallways, rooms, people.
let's see. Dang. Um,
JTF officers will be carrying out spot checks throughout the safe area. Please carry identification with you at all times.
All right.
promises.
Yeah, I wonder when perks get unlocked. 10? I don't know. I thought they should be unlocked by now. I'm trying to controller. Where's the camo controller? It's right next to you. Would you hand it to me? I have to sync it to this computer. I can't remember where I do that at. I think I have to plug it in after I do this. Then I'll sync. I don't know. Turn it on. Different surveys. Wait. What do you mean Badoo? Badoo? No, Badoo. Needed to forget. It won't. How do I get it to pair then? Hold on.
Disorderly conduct inside the base of operations will not be tolerated. Perpetrators will be detained immediately.
It wouldn't be under Bluetooth. Maybe under Bluetooth. Yay. Okay. Hmm. How would I do this? Because I can't physically plug this in, so I don't think I have any mini USB ports plugged in. Hold on. What? No.
Augmentation inactive.
Perimeter of the safe area. Hostiles have been spotted in the vicinity.
Let's hope for the best. Forgetting this thing
Group augmentation activated.
has wire issues, port issues.
Group augmentation inactivated.
It's not good. Won't shite. It's okay. You don't have to work. You just have to go to keyboard and mouse, or suffer the horrible controller for now. A little bit better shot with the keyboard and mouse, but dealing with all these different keys is annoying for me.
Have been terminated. Please return any unused medication to the clinic immediately.
I am so lost.
Yeah, the White House is huge. I think it's to scale.
It
I'm
could
close
be.
to being to scale at least.
Howdy.
Let's see. Yeah. Let's pick outside.
Imagine me listening to some tunes. This game doesn't have much for tunage. I need to figure out these key controls a little bit more. Is it really that guy's just right there? I'm gonna figure out how to get out grenades and stuff. Why is that an auto run? Huh. Inside. I think grenade is just G. How do I heal though? I have no idea how to heal. I don't get it. One of these has got to be healed. I don't get it. That's it. V? Oh, I don't need to. That's why. Okay. I'm trying to remember all these buttons. The main mission, we could just warp to the settlement for that.
That's what I was thinking. Okay. Let's first travel to the main mission. I'm going straight to the mission.
Oh,
I didn't mean to.
I didn't know you could. It's kind of a cheat, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. I'm going to now. Dog.
I wish the fog.
Yeah, dude. Fog is insane right now. You'll have clear days every once in a while. Every once in a while. It really enjoys showing off that fog effect, I'm telling you. Are you? Oh, there you are. You're not showing up at first.
Where we're supposed to go because I can't see a damn thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a Christmas tree just stashed up into the pile of trash? lit up. Like, turn around. And turn your camera. Keep going. Right there. Yeah.
Oh,
That's random as shit. Oh. Oh, look at my screen. This is where we need to be, but maybe we go this way? Yeah. Do you see your mini marker? Or mini map top left?
yeah.
Yeah. This building.
Not here.
Oh, some way, shape, or form, I think we need to get in this building. But how, I don't know. Yeah, it's trying to say we need to go there. Oh, it's completed. Oh.
Well, it would be completed on yours.
It says complete on
Oh,
yours, too. We need to go to the next mission. Where is it at? If it's out of here, we just need to go do, like, a control point, or...
okay, let's do a control point.
Can't fast travel there, though. I think you have to do the settlement, and then warp
We're
out.
very close to it. Oh, settlement's close.
Yeah. I mean, we could just go down there. The reason why it's level 22 is I think it leveled you up to level 22 too, right now. Like you are scaled to my level, and you do the same damage I do. So we should be able to go over to those areas, even though they're grayed out in your map, I believe.
Looking good, Agent.
I think. How do I apply these things? What? Should be. It's in the stash. What level are you again?
6.
Level 6. Hmm. What's your guns right now?
Um,
Go to that one. 570. Yeah. Never mind. Shoddy. I'm just going through. Next level would be level 7. I have some level 8, level 9, 10, 11. And that's when I start really dropping gear. So just tell me whenever you're leveled up. And we can go through my stuff again. And keep stashing stuff for you. To scale your stuff. How do I drop it? Move that. Stoner lamb. That's hilarious. Right now. Where you at? You on your way to that? The thing? What button do I push? E? Hello?
ah,
Deploy, okay.
that's bullshit. Is there any kind of healing?
Yes, press and hold left D-pad. No, that didn't work. Is it left?
I think it's
No,
right.
it's right. Yeah. There you go. Where are you?
I'm out on the street.
There you are. Okay. Sidewalk is so much better.
Yeah.
Get this drop on people. I know I said that off stream. There's a rhyme and reason for people to watch this afterwards or currently watching it. Huh? Oh, reload R? Yeah. Oh, they had a heavy gun right here, huh? Oh. No, it's gun on his back. Look like a mounted gun.
Hostile control point identified.
We can actually call in help with this place too. You get close enough, if you hold X, you'll shoot off a flare. And people will, like, NPCs will show up and help us. Eventually. Okay. It's a construction site. Yeah. You getting shot in the back? We are getting shot in the back. So foggy.
I can't see nothing.
You get them or him, and I'll worry about this right now. I'll take some of their fire. Nope, thought you were running over there. If we go over to, there's an entry here. You stay here, and I'm gonna go over here, and we can draw fire from back and forth between them. There we go.
Did not get done. Did not get done at all. Whoa!
Oh shit.
He's coming for you. Because I wasn't paying attention to the mini map.
Yeah, the shield too. Where you at? I'm about to get flanked. Oh, he went down a hole. So it looks like, at least. We have a whole pantheon of them over here on the street, so do what you do. Hold these guys back, at least.
Need a better gun. Enemy detected.
You come up in there with you. So we need to get over here. We're getting flanked.
Hey! Who is throwing the granadas? I don't see on my mini map.
A grenade launcher is what it is.
Excuse me, person.
Agent, stop by when you can. There's a project that needs to be completed.
Medical assistance needed.
Blood in my face. Some bullshit.
You're good. You got this.
Oh, guns.
I think we're getting flanked. No? Guess not. Stand up, fool. Feeling suppressed? Now don't get depressed.
Who's the yellow triangles? Our people?
The yellow guy is the boss.
No, there's like a star and a yellow and a handgun. You don't see those
It's-
people?
If there's a green, they're good guys. That's it.
Well, maybe it's green and not yellow.
Yeah, those are good guys. Enemy leader neutralized. Now we have to defend the place. Run up in here. Follow me or whatever you need to do. You just need to get up into the building while we defend it. It's just safer.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Get off of it. Why won't you get off of it? Get off of it. Oh, it's F button. Okay. Dude! What the fuck? I need to get used to the keyboard so bad. Nice.
Well,
Oh yeah. Just need to get used to this keyboard,
Unlocked.
not controller. I think I said controller earlier. Oh, my neck. Alright, pick a new mission. Any mission would do.
um, Might as well do this one.
Locate Espinoza and get that shade node
It's
reactivated.
the
We'll
closest.
guide you where you need to go. Espinoza reported a substantial hyena presence. We don't know exactly
Where are you
what
at?
they're doing here.
Oh, you're right next to me. Do you want to work to it? Might be able to.
The priorities are to locate Espinoza and get that shade node reactivated.
Can you not? You have to run to it. Shit. Okay, let me come back to you. I'll work back to you. Just keep your head up. Eyes peeled.
Potential hyena presence. We don't know exactly what they're doing here, but assume they're gonna be in your way.
Hold up.
You can warp to each other.
Nice.
Actually, you might have been able to warp to me. Oh well. You're good. Don't worry about it. We'll do it the hard way. Work our way there.
Friendly control point detected. Friendly control point nearby.
Imagine we can get Astral to play this with us too.
That'd be fun.
It's only $13 for Ultimate. $3 for regular. Ah. Come on, dude. Reload. Some of these guns take way too long to reload. I cannot wait until I can use some of these level 40 guns I got. Be able to pick one that I like versus whatever's strongest at the moment.
Really?
Hold on, I gotta take out the bad guys. A few of them at least before I come help you.
We're good. You're good.
I swore someone just shot at me from over there.
Medical assistance needed.
Alright. I think they're gone. Need Slade.
Whoa. In my face. My drum's on it.
I love shooting through vehicles like that. Enemies are like, wait, what? What are you doing? Not fair! It feels like, though.
How have I been out here?
It's been 94 years.
Last radio contact with Espinoza.
Hold on, before we go like too far in, let me
Isaac has to locate the shade node.
What?
mess with my guns a bit.
Alright, you do that. Actually, let's take a break. I want to use the restroom. And you can mess with your gear. And, yeah. All that. We'll be back, guys. Do. Slideshow image. This one?
Don't let up. Be an
Freeze!
This a joke or something?
I'm going to take care of you. Just
Put your hands where I can see them. You're under arrest.
Don't keep walking. We got business here.
You have the right to an attorney.
Coming at me. I come at you. Hey, Flunky! So, is that it? You're whiny baby. Wanna wait? Yeah. Huh? You really got the wrong guy.
Alright. We're back. Let me turn on her sound, because the capture sound's on like every single one of these scenes, and I need to take it off the B-Ray backs. Because you can actually group, let's say you have like 10 freaking audio devices. You can group them all into a folder and then copy and paste that folder into your every single scene instead of having to do every single one. You can also build a really complex scene and then import that into things. I remember this place. I've been here so many times. So many times. Boom! Nice. We did it at the exact same time. I don't know. They went off at the same time.
Did he just really put his gun to the side and shoot at me like we are in GTA?
Yes.
That is
Oh yeah, they'll walk
silly
up on you like this, all G style.
That is the silliest
Oh
of
yeah,
all talks.
super silly. There should be more guys.
Yeah, they're coming.
Oh, I need my headphones.
Patience. Patience.
I was nervous to run up in there too far. I thought we killed them all.
Oh my god, Methody, get away from me. Ah!
I shoot her in the butt.
Oh my god, I got exploded and I'm dying. Get out of there. Ugh. Her breath stank so bad, it stunk up the whole place. Okay. Fish. Oh. This map just, it's like shiny penny, man. There's too many things flying around me.
If I had a booty pack. Something in a pack on their side. You can shoot and they'll explode or a bunch of gas. Oh, little bot. Blow up you. Oh, I guess it won't blow up.
Blow it up. He's like, oh no, I have a bullet in my side. Let me hold it. I mean, honest, dude, if you don't hold that gun correctly, I swear to everything.
My aura, though.
Well, if you're gonna try to kill me, just do it freaking correctly. That's all I'm asking.
It's aura farming. Kill him for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to do gun safety, you don't need guns.
Hold on, look around for loot.
Yes.
Loot chest, loot chest. Ooh. My experience. My gains.
Antibiotics except for viruses instead of bacteria.
And it's in DC.
Some was sent here, but it's not guaranteed it actually arrived.
Well, it all sounds a bit shaky, Kelso. There's a lot to do.
Shaky calzone.
Which means the
I don't think that's what he said, but that's what I
I want a
heard.
shaky calzone. I don't even know what that is.
You just
But
shake
I
it in the
want it.
air while you try to eat it?
I collected something.
Like a
I don't know
dog?
what it was, and I love that. It's just okay.
Mm-mm.
Look for a way down to the garage and see if you can pick up Espinosa's trail. He tends to leave a mess.
I wish you can crouch or lay down and get even better precision and a smaller area to shoot at. They're allowed to. There's guys that lay down. Yeah. That's what you get. Must be hitting the wall. Oh, that's not even a person. Nice.
Oh. Oh, I'm shooting a flower. That's hilarious.
I did the same thing. It looks like a person looking around the corner.
Is that everybody? I think it is. The whole party came.
Oh. Spun out a drone or a bot.
So that was
A
loading.
little RC car thing.
Awesome.
Nope. He's suppressed. Come on, bitch.
You're near Espinosa's last known position. The shade node should be close.
Any gear? Loot? Anything?
Looking.
Hold on, there's some control. That's right.
Actually, I know.
I think once you're like level 10, you can join the clan.
I can't wait. There's a box out here.
Yes.
Oh, you're right behind me.
Yes. I don't think I need anything. Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to go down the hole. Nothing ever good comes from going down the hall. Just
I'm spiraling. Nada. Nada.
Oh, that shit is.
Pew! Aw.
Just stand on the box.
I need to turn the mouse sensitivity down just a scooch. Just a scooch. Scoochy.
Just admitting that work better.
That's probably the node. Isaac
That
should
would
guide
be
you.
D&D.
1 sec. Let's see. I need do something like that. Looking around is fun.
Okay.
Let's go.
Ooh. Testicles.
Are the besticles.
They are.
Mm-mm.
Well.
Yeah. Yes.
Lock in.
Ooh, the slime. Double time.
Don't touch it.
There should be a terminal that'll let you reactivate the node.
Reactivate.
I want to touch all the goo. Ooh, what's this?
Dies next week because it's all nuclear. Nuclear.
Hey, if I can glow in the dark, I say let's try. Oh.
Ooh, playful. That's a little bit better than what I got, maybe. It is a pistol, too. Hold on. I think.
Aww.
Ooh. Yes.
And a missing agent to locate. Continue your sweep of the complex.
Ooh. Yes, I want it. Thank you very much.
Holy crap. Nice. That's like 4,000 per shot here. Just as much as my assault rifle. Oh. It's not assault rifle. It's just a regular rifle. Oh.
Okay.
You'll keep them alive. They aren't stupid. Just find that hyena piece of shit and waste her.
What is that? And how do I interact with it?
What? You don't have to.
Oh, okay.
Tis dawn already. Oh, let's see what's this.
There's a box out here if you didn't see it. At least
I don't think I need anything.
I don't need anything about it. It's free.
It will not let me get any more health packs than I already have, and I swear I was able to hold more than this. Whatever. One shot my pistol. Oh, not yet, apparently.
Oh shit. Veterans and elites. Search husbands and regular enemies. Oh, dismiss.
Dismiss.
Of course, veterans are stronger.
We got a little robot? We do. I thought I was gonna hurt somebody.
Oh, I hate that.
What?
It's one of those shoot into the airs type stabilizations. Peekaboo. Oh, he's
Now I
going
just need to mess with
round.
my scope.
He's going on team.
No.
Shoot me through. I'm gonna try. Oh, you're gonna flanky me? Good luck. Oh, shit.
I had a feeling, I just couldn't find it. That was coming at me. Oh, I thought that was a... Well, this is. Whee! Wait, what? How?
I think. I thought it was hidden.
Hold on.
I need to hide.
Did you run up in there?
I didn't mean to. I thought I was hidden behind that there wall.
That there thing did not work out. Now, dear. Nope.
I mean, if I die, I die.
Oh shit, that's what killed you.
Yeah. Be careful. I'd be aight. I have some wannabe gangsters all around me. They'll protect me.
Almost.
They're nice. I'd be nice. Oh no, I have a robot. You leave me alone. You're not nice. Wally's trying to help me, but Wally's got dynamite strapped to his booty cheeks.
I'm glad you told me, because he might come after me now.
Oh
after
no, it's not.
After
He's
you.
gonna blow to me up and die.
Is he just waiting? Is he camping you?
He sat on top of my body until I died. He sure did. He sure did.
Let's see. Can I still revive you, though?
Oh, probably not. I'm waiting for a respawn.
We were suppressed.
Yay, I'm at a
I wonder where it's going to respawn you at, though.
the safe space.
You might better just
No.
fast travel to me.
Yeah, I'm here.
One more guy. Two more guy. Window? Robot.
I think I got him.
You did. Oh shit! You're making these so fast. Man, well, but lucky number 13.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Lucky number 11.
Hey guys, I'm still willing to deal, but you better try fast. I don't know how much more this you can take.
She's goading you to try to make you reckless. Just stay focused.
Oh, there's a box in there. Explosive bullets. Which I'm actually not sure how you use those. At least not yet.
No, it's anybody.
There it is. And him dead, no, him's friends came. Nice. Good sheet. Sniper team. He saw me almost immediately. Whoa. Quay? Hiding. Be scared. Really? What you did? You died. There's gonna be a heavy coming down these stairs to the left in a minute. So we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves. There should be somebody up here, though. There they are. There's the heavy. Where's the music at, by the way?
I don't know. I didn't know there was music.
There should be music.
Oh! Girl! Girl!
I forgot all about my little turret.
Y'all got it.
Nice. Good work. Teamwork! Oh, that was something right there. What do I gotta do here? And go up there? And think.
food. We eat in this game.
I can't remember if you. I've not put enough time in this game. Weak points as in the tanks on their back. Person? Person. Ah. Moved last second.
Okay.
Really? I am not doing so hot right now. Can I throw this hit? Yeah.
Medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Bitch. I hate those little things.
Me too.
Thank you. Oh. Oh. Okay. Whoa.
I did not see one coming. It's this person up here. It's making them.
What is coming?
That bastard can't have gotten far yet. Go after her.
Is he?
In your boom. Shut it, Kazoo Kid.
Not joking when I say it's my favorite.
Alright.
There's a box in here.
My box.
Ooh! I have nowhere to go.
You go in here. I have to wait for you to show up.
Oh shit. It's up above.
These barriers should not protect me. No, this. Thank you. I can't go through the flyer. Oh, I thought you were gonna run. Oh shit. Shit! I need to get a better shot. I am not used to the keyboard and mouse yet. Oh, I'm out of health packs. I just opened the box, though. I should have replenished.
You can go back in. The box is right inside the door.
Like, where's the... Yeah. Oh, I already used the box. I don't know why I didn't give me any health packs. It's part of my perks. Maybe I'm matching your perks, too.
Maybe.
Like, you're matching my level, but I'm matching your perks, almost. I don't know. I don't know. I can mod things, but I shouldn't have... I don't know, I shouldn't be locked to 2 health packs only. That's weird. Really good, huh?
Oh, that's our friend.
Oh, Return to the White House is a mission.
That's a roll.
Now we can see who loads fastest. Ooh, nice. 2 different PCs.
Agent, thanks to your hard work, we've been able to make some critical...
That PC is hardwired, even though it's transmitting a wireless signal to this TV. This PC is Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi.
Proper food prep and cooking equipment. Comfortable place.
I wonder if you can do... You can use perks! Yay! Read through your perks real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom again. Those perks are very important. Some of them are amazing right now, and some will work better for you in the future. Like the ability to use different mods on weapons is a big, 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 big deal. Oh. Take a minute. Did I just bonk you?
No.
Okay, good.
What can I lose?
Bye.
Man.
Turn music up on one of those. I forgot. Hold up. Actually, if you turn music up on yours in your settings, I won't have to turn music up on mine. So that way it wouldn't be doubled up.
We'll do that in a minute. Definitely. Yes. I didn't do the music thing yet.
I could do it on mine. It doesn't matter. It just needs to be one of ours. It can be mine.
Take care. Hello.
Let's just do that. Oh, wait. That might be too loud. Because I don't have a limiter on the OBS right now for that source yet. Speak with the division coordinator. So you need to see if I can do it for you. I might be able to.
If I can't get more pieces from the toy store, I'm not gonna be able to finish my fucking map.
All right, Manny. Jeez.
I'm gonna skip it, and then if you need to do it, you need to do it. But I don't think you need to do it anymore. I think I actually did that on the other stream. All of this.
Nice.
I might be wrong. Let me see.
Oh, hey.
I think I might be able to get the skill I wanted. I think I needed 5. This. Let's see. Is this one? It's either Bombardier or Fixer. Hmm. No.
Oh. Okay.
already have that? Yeah, I already have that. Is it equipped, though? I'm not even sure how to do that, to be fair. How do I do it? Oh, level 30. Oh. You have everything unlocked. I can't get unlocked there. I guess I could start unlocking these or just save up. See any reason now. Maybe secret mine? Ooh. Actually, you know what? I think I already have it unlocked. The all track down? That's way better spread, though. I just don't see myself using any of these, to be fair. No. I mean, I guess that would be cool to stop robots. Pairs armor with nearby units. Oh, shit. That's kind of cool, though. Sticky foam. Ooh, damage over time? Like a poison? I don't know. I want to do this one. I want to try out the secret one first. How do I equip it, though?
Okay.
Only sidearms, okay. Ooh. I didn't know there was a variant for that.
Later.
Okay. I'm ready whenever you are. You want to pick a mission?
I gotta go to the safe house.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
I don't know if you can warp there or
I
not.
have to run. What the?
Hold on. Let me warp there, and then see if you can warp to me. And we might be able to sideline that shit. Make it go faster. Get you gains. My flexations. The last generation. Jesus Christ. That's some Tropic Thunder shit right there. Okay. So, pull up your map. Find my blue blip. Zoom in on that safe house. Find my blue blip. Zoom on in there. You have to see my little circle. It's white on your screen.
Yeah.
Hit. Try to fast travel to that. Hell yeah.
That's bad.
It's like a cheat almost. Let's not say that too loud. I do not want them to take it away from us. Let me see something real quick. Do you not have any of these? I haven't had one of these in a while. I guess I haven't hit a milestone though.
Dare to touch. It's good news for you. This is really sucks.
Hostile control point identified. Portable electronic device detected.
What do you gotta do here?
I have no idea.
Find the agent's notes. You're within 5 meters of them. Look around the room. The little blip. Find the blip. Direct with the blip.
Good luck.
You find blip? No blip. Okay, so now you just pick mission? I do believe.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't have anything on your screen, more than likely it's something else. Go to that safe house. The green one down there. Down a little bit more. To the right. Right there. Yep.
Settlement.
There's a whole bunch of safe houses. I keep forgetting names. But she got exclamation points. That means something got unlocked. Oh, my neck.
And what can you be a part of a clan? Recruit Grace Larson.
Yeah, you have to do a mission to be able to do that. Go to that orange person right next to you, real quick. Do that, and then go back to that person that said mission.
Hello, I'm Anaya. I'm going to be helping out at the base of operations with equipment fabrication.
She's an unlock. So now go over there and talk to him. And collect everything you can from this place. I see a whole bunch of blue blips on your little mini map. They're really light blue on your screen. We need to turn the color up on that screen. I don't think you can do that in the menu. Although, your screen's just looking really dull to begin with. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can fix that up. Which one of yours be? Capture card? Capture card.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Yep.
What's this place gonna look like in a year, you know?
That should help. Oh, this has no tunage whatsoever. Think we're good? At least more color.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Oh, wow.
One sec. So messing with things. Yeah. That's what your screen needed really badly for now. Okay.
Hi there, Agent.
It's like taking care of 2 streams at once. Full editor mode.
Okay. That one. What do I need to do to get Grace unlocked?
You happy? I'm happy.
I'm happy. Let's see. Go back. No? We have this mod platform. Okay. See, I have never done this before. Do we even have any? No.
Now's our chance.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Huh. But I do know I'll have one for this. Cluster. Okay. Oh. Sure. It's this right now.
Sorry.
Wait, what? I'm so confused right now. Where do I put my mods, bruh? No? Mod platform. What? There we go.
Hostile broadcast detected.
This. This. Jeez. Okay. I think I got it set up right. I wonder if I can warp to it and then you can warp to me.
Probably.
Again. Where are you going? To the main mission? Or to this little
Main
safe house?
mission.
Safe houses give you experience in side missions. I think you should go there first. Oh, I can't fast travel there. It's because I'm on your game. What if I should have invited you to mine? Vice versa.
Yeah.
Hostile broadcast.
Yeah, I go with the lowest.
Okay, I see. Because it usually scales. Like, you're scaled to my level even though I joined your game. So you're doing damage that I do. Are there people in there? You can go around. Thought so. Getting flanked.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know if you knew. And we'll always say something.
I appreciate you.
I think we're good.
Oh no.
This game's so much fun.
Yeah, it is.
Guard duty figures.
I think we found the safe house.
The hyenas have been getting the locals hooked on spice. That's how they've been calling the shots around here for so long.
At least it's not bath salts.
People around here have been through a lot.
Oh, and you'll find there's little XP boosters and like collectibles around the place. Like right here. Go up there and collect that. Give you a little bit. A little slice. Oh. Hey now. These are nice. These all looks like showed it in that little mini menu. Ooh, finger gloves. My fingers. They're so free. Alright. Go ahead and go to your map and let's see what else we should do. We should go do a side mission.
I want to unlock Grace.
That's level 10. Or, wait, what's your mission right now? Well, we just do the main mission. Let's do that. You're right. We should. You're right. I think it's mission unlocked, not level oriented.
Database match. Item of interest detected.
But can I warp to it? I might go to warp to it. Yep. Then you can warp to me. That's a good haul cut out. Ooh, you can warp to me while I'm on my way. On that little white blip. Blip, 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 blip.
We have word they're going offline for maintenance, meaning they won't be able to call for reinforcements. Now's our chance.
Oh.
Taking the Viewpoint Museum away from True Sons will make it a lot harder for them to coordinate their troops and spread misinformation. All communications coming in and out of the building will be controlled from the production studio on the top floor, so you'll need to find it and secure it.
Don't think you're getting off easy by pulling guard duty. Hostiles could attack at any moment. You need to be ready.
A whole bunch of them at once. Oh yeah. Love that. Ah. He's on fire! Boom shakalaka! Dude, they should bring back an NBA Jam.
That
like old school, but just everything that all of them had all at once. I think it'd go over well. It was a midway game, wasn't it?
I think so.
you go back up there? Well, why? You don't get it.
Oh, you gotta secure the area for so many seconds.
Oh. Oh, I meant to tuck behind that. Watch, it's the only guy. It is. Yep. No.
Oh. Oh, stop.
Hostile Reqium intercepted.
This is Wade. So, the division thinks they can just come in here. They don't know who's
No, we just did. We got in here.
then corner and kill.
Recycle bin? Don't mind if I do. Fuck you! Fuck you! That's what he said. I think it made him angry.
Fuck!
Agent needs assistance. Agent out of picture.
No, no! Damn it! How do I get back up there?
I don't know.
Yeah. That was an epic fuck up.
This could help. What's crouch?
There is no crouch. Only a button to get behind things. Somebody's coming down the hall.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Up here. They came out of a door next to me. Now we're just gonna
No,
get
I
to the
touched
studio.
some goo and I started dying.
Oh. I didn't even know that was a thing.
It was gas or something.
That was a supply chest here. Nothing. But there might be loot.
Portable electronic device detected.
Don't trust it. That's because there's somebody right there, huh? Oh. Get a grenade on them, maybe.
I got him.
Shit. Oh, wrong one. Perfect for headshots. You just put it right out there for me. Pop, 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 pop goes your face holes. Ow. There is a loot chest.
Oh, that's good.
Supply chest, I mean. Whoa! Holy shit! What is happening? Everything's exploding. Everybody's angry. They're shooting at us. Oh no! Oh, wrong button. Wrong button.
Be shot at people.
Careful. Grenada. Denada. Just boy. Go across the way. Come over here.
They survived?
That shield is amazing. I love it. I thought it was gonna be garbage.
Hold still. There you go. Better already. What's his prognosis? Colonel Ridgway, not good, sir. He
took a bullet. We've tried penicillin, but his wound has festered. I thought morphine might ease his pain.
How's our supply cache?
Truthfully, sir, we're running low. And not just in supplies, but manpower too. We've got civilians piling up outside the doors. Under these conditions, it's difficult to separate the infected from the healthy. The doctor is expecting a new shift for this afternoon, but it almost certainly won't be enough for everybody.
Pack all this up and move it out to the barracks.
Sir, we can't just...
Are you questioning my orders, trooper? Well?
No, sir, right away, sir. About the patient.
Put it back where you found him. He's a dead man anyway.
What? He just pretty much ran right up to you. Shoot me now! Please!
Right? Like, you keep shooting me, I will hug
Just
your face.
keep getting closer to you!
Shit.
And won't be able to shoot me point blank range!
Whoa. Who is shooting me?
It's up there. I do believe. Nope. Came down. We got a heavy. Hide behind something. What are you doing? Run! Hold on, I need to heal myself too.
Yeah, like, turn it out, though. Thank you.
Yep. No, not E. Upstairs. Screw it. See, making my drone seek somebody was E. Now E is my shield?
Hmm.
I'm confused. That's what I thought, at least. So my drone just kind of sits on my shoulder as a distraction now. Instead of shooting by the bodies. Makes me want to make the drone defensive, and then I can have the shield at the same time.
Go! Get out of here!
That must have been Wade. Would have been nice to bag.
I'm gonna go through this door, I think.
Get to the TV studio and get these guys off the air for good.
Oh, a whole bunch of guys.
module. It handles all communications going in and out of viewpoint. If you reset it, you'll lock out the True Sons and we can take over the channels.
Get my people. Is it? Can I just equip it? No. You have to. This laptop here.
There's a laptop.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Defend it. Maybe people coming from all directions. I would take cover. I mean, you won't die.
Come later, heal.
I love this shield.
Drama.
Fluctuations in local power detected. Communications facilities offline.
What the hell?
I'm seeing multiple hostiles on the roof. They're setting up EMP jammers around the radio mast.
My blasts! My EMP blasts!
Get to the roof. We gotta stop him from taking out the mast.
Did you see any loot containers? I didn't see any. I saw this place is huge.
Not yet.
There's a bag here. I don't know what that just gave me. Steel, titanium? Oh,
Here's a
it's
loot
another
thing.
loot box. I haven't done any crafting. I was told to wait to craft until later on in the game and just save all that stuff. Alright, we got an elevator up here to get to.
How to get to you?
Just go upstairs. You'll eventually find it. I think you're right below me. A little orange blip on the screen.
Electromagnetic charge detected.
Wade is using EMP jammers to overload the radio mast.
Where am I getting shot at? Why? Oh, it's just gunshot.
I restart thing.
Oh, this level. I hate this level.
Is it bad?
Oh, this area sucks. Yeah. It's hard. There's gonna be a lot of people.
Structural integrity at 75%.
You gotta stop Wade. We need that radio mast.
We gotta stop hit these machines. These things. We have to do it in a time period while there's a whole bunch of people just keep coming and spawning on us.
System back online. System malfunctioning.
What is happening?
Immediate medical assistance needed. An agent in the
Of course.
system reactivated.
I'm coming.
Over that
System disrupted.
cover.
Oh, I'm about to die. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
System structural integrity
we've got to get those machines because they will keep respawning, like sending people after us. Let's see.
System curtailed. System restored. System back online. System electromagnetic charge depleted.
Nice.
System malfunctioning.
We got a leader here. Super. I'm getting shot from behind. What the fuck?
Serious trauma detected.
What? Where? I swore I was getting shot from behind. Maybe not.
Serious trauma detected.
Fuck. Oop. Grenade.
Behind you.
Damn. They're really good at flanking you. I like to try to get into a corner sometimes, like, with 2 exits at least. Wait, no one can get behind us. What level you are now? I think you can now get Grace, I believe. I think. Nice. Okay.
12.
Try to fast travel to the settlement. Or actually, we need to go in the elevator.
Okay.
Leave the area to complete the mission. I do believe. Thought that was a box. My box. Alright, now you might be able to fast travel, or you might have to open this gate. I don't know. All the steps. Really? A whole bunch of people.
Leave mission area.
But alright, now I should be able to warp to the settlement without any problems. Looks like it forced us there. Hurry up, leave! Now get into this horrible fight! Get surrounded!
Odessa's folks finally finished up that roof. That'll make a hell of a difference to everyone with this heat.
Pacify them.
Lures you into a trap, get you to leave the mission. We should take a break.
We should.
Oh. Hallelujah. Arms up. Get all these stretches in.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Oh yeah.
With Odessa's new hydroponic system, the theater's gonna
Have that set up yet. It's supposed to be.
I've been asked to relocate to the base of operations and help you coordinate with other agents. Come see me when I get set up.
Is this?
If there was a song playing, that would be the song. Usually kind of curious. Where's the chat box and what does it look like? How big is it? Now I know how big I can make it. Right there. Nice. I should actually make it so that the chat bot will go ahead and scroll the channel and stuff and everything. To let's see.
We now have a working barbecue, and better food in your stomach is gonna go a long way towards putting
Streamlabs, that's what I'm not. I think that's how I mess with my chat. Let's see. Dashboard. The dashboard. Chat box. There we go. Do. No. No, don't hide the chat bots. Let's leave those going. See what that does. If it'll put them on screen or not, it might not. But I think it's through Streamlabs to OBS chat box. I think. I'm running unstable, but stream looks like it's doing fine. Anyways, where is OBS? There it is. Alright, we'll be back in.
Closer so I can kick your arse. I hate bugs. What the frog? Watch your butt, goat. Ah! I'm not gonna hurt you.
Poor beast.
I will pinch you. Come here, you. Ah! I'm not gonna hurt you. Come here, you. Ha! Ah!
We just have to open them up. Kick them when they're down, Gory. Wow, boost and attack for lawnmower action. Mightier than the sword? Pretty sure the person who said that got stabbed. Incoming attack. Behave now. Perfect. Evade performed. Hyperspeed activated. Power and speed! Awesome! I wonder where ship begins online. The professor probably left it there before she, you know. Yeah, I really miss her too. And our house. Wow! What's this mess? Take a photo, Marie.
I remembered this game I used to play. Nobody at school had it, but I was super into it for some reason. It was called Deathman. It was a side-scrolling action game. It was like a clone of one of those famous Japanese games. But it was so cool. These aliens from the planet Death take over Earth, and they print the human scores on their arms. Intelligence and beauty. If either score drops below 100, they get killed. A murder show begins. But one man put a stop to this terrible game. That's right, it's Deathman. Deathman fights against the Death aliens. To protect the planet Earth, he kills off all 10 of the top evil Death aliens. Then, when he kills General Death at the end, Deathman reveals his true identity. Who really is Deathman? How did it end? I can't remember. I totally forgot. The mystery of Deathman is still unsolved for me. But that's about to change. A remake version was released. Now I can finally find out who Deathman really is. Finally! It's the last boss, the General Death.
So today was a bust too. Best friends forever, Fu. It looks like this is goodbye, Fu. You're going back to your home.
Damon, I love you. In 20 years, I will return.
20 years? You really mean it, Fu? Promise?
Damon, I will return. No matter what. Promise.
Go, Fu.
Sir, it is time for the board meeting. We need to go back in.
Just give me a minute. I've got an appointment.
But I am not aware of...
Just watch.
Is that you? Damon, I love you! Fu! Looks like you've been living large, Damon. You used our powers to get yourself a pretty sweet piece of the pie.
Are you really Fu?
Thanks to you, I was able to return to my land. And now here I am, a full-on prince.
Congratulations.
But I'm hella bored. I got nothing to do. I wiped out the neighboring planet, but then I was court-martialed and exiled to the black hole prison. These dudes are my buddies. We met in the hole.
Nice to meet you, everyone.
Hey, Damon, let's team up and make this planet ours.
Ours? What do you mean?
I'm talking about taking it over,
I figured I'd come back.
Do it.
Just for a minute, Ashley's making dinner. We can sit and watch this. I need to get back to this game. Really rad.
What did you do? Apparently, superheroes are popular in this country, so we're gonna jump on that. Right, Mr. Big Shot? What are you? I'm a goddamn superhero.
There we go. Just for now. I need to group those together so I can turn them off at the same time.
Was today the 4th of July? If not,
oh,
is the Empire striking
should
back
be
or
it.
what?
We were
Looks
watching
like things
some
are gonna
No
get
More
weird
Heroes 3
today.
start up.
If you once it beeps, I'll get back up.
Okay. I'll turn on this stuff again and switch it over.
Because they takes the last clip, that's a good.
I think this clip's just about over anyways.
Possibly even be here. Like, what the
Cambox. Nope, not Cambox. We need this. There we go. Upgrade your sound back on and good.
Right. No. Let's do the side mission. The too close.
Okay, let's see. Can you warp to it?
There's really no plan. It's like 2 blocks away.
Okay.
I mean, no. It wouldn't let us anyways. I didn't know that.
You need to back way out. It's sneaky.
Okay.
Turn the sound back up.
What was that?
I don't know.
Oh, it's telling me about the plan I already did. I had to try.
I think you have to go to Washington to do that. If you didn't already.
Too bad. Friend or foe? Friend or foe?
Friend. You need your color turned up on your monitor. Look at my monitor versus yours.
I know. I can't.
Oh.
Friend or foe? Friend.
Friend. Hold on a second. Go to your settings.
Oh, is that just gonna do that at around settings?
Alright, go down to graphics. And let me see.
I'm gonna go turn that off.
Yeah, I figured. It said when you ever beep, so.
That one I don't think. Won't be bothered again for another 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. What about this? What's this look like? No, 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 no. I mean, it doesn't look bad on the capture. It's the actual screen, I think. The TV itself needs the color turned up. So you can see the greens better and the blues better.
Secure the area and search for any surviving members of the community.
Oh, yeah, guys. Bullets are their fans. Oh. I swear to God, I shot her in the inner thigh, and it caused massive damage.
It would.
And yeah, I need to test that too.
Check.
Granada.
Oh my God! Can you imagine here in a couple of months? I won't be all sniffly and
Right?
coughing all the time.
I swear, dude.
I am so excited.
I'm so over it.
Oh no, but I'll have those allergy shots.
Oh, sure.
So I really won't be.
Wait a minute. We're going away? No, we just can go inside of this building.
Oh, right next to her.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, guys. They want grenades. Dance. Dance. He's on fire. What am I doing? What am I doing? Hell no. Hold on.
No idea
Hold on.
what you're doing.
I'm trying to get behind that wall. Dude, it's like, hell no. Now let me come down to you. Do not come up
This
here.
is not a good place.
No.
Okay, I'm not one.
You're good. Oh, hell no, dude. You're good. I'll just stave the bleeding. This is crazy. Oh no, behind you! No!
How do I heal you? Revive.
Yeah, just hold X.
Revive him.
Oh no!
In Jesus' name!
No! Oh, you were so close. Could
So
see it.
close.
Can see both screens. There's no lies detected. Right there.
Hostile control point nearby.
Hold on.
No!
They'll come to us.
They will. They're nosy. No, bitch.
I do that all the time, still.
Oh, you know what I can do? Stand up, bitch.
Smart. Ah, ha, ha. I need to get my turret back out.
I
think it's
like
way too
him
easy.
so much.
There's a sniper version.
That's the one I'm building.
Nice, I already have it. If I could have just threw it over there on top of those phone books. They're mad. They cannot shoot that thing. Good spot. They can shoot them, but they can't shoot it.
I like being stinky.
Me too.
It's the girl.
Well, I mean, these are the same people that made Splinter Cell. Now, if only they would put Splinter Cell moves into it. And when I cough in everybody's ear. I have it mapped to the mouse buttons. Yeah, how about that pistol action? You're not holding it like an idiot.
I mean, who decided that even looked?
I don't know.
I mean, I think it was an 80s thing, maybe?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Further.
I want to say the 90s thing. Sadly.
You up. That's a nice holster.
Holster? But I barely even know her.
Did I not pick him up?
Never.
I did pick him up.
There has to be some loot.
There's a little bit of
There's a
under the
restock
stairs.
here. What?
There's a little bit of loot under the stairs.
There's no people underneath there, is there?
No.
Okay, good. It's a movie reference that I'm sure a lot of people don't get nowadays. Right here. Boop.
Inventory full.
That's good.
Restock.
Very responsible with your gear.
I try to be. Whoa. Dead people. Ooh, and dead people.
People. You get better at moving and shooting with the sniper. Some games I can do it. This game is a little bit...
I just like
nice.
shooting.
Just like shoot. Feels good. Oh shit.
Oh. Bunch of good report pimps. Shoot them in time. Armor not their offense. Throw it or not. Right at your face.
Oh. I started moving immediately too. Shit.
Does that mean it's fancy?
Oh, you can't.
Ooh, it does mean it's
the
fancy.
Shield out. You can't heal.
It's not coming.
That last aim session was horrible. Right.
My little buddy. Stuck. Never stopping now. Oh.
Did you use control? You have to use B button.
It is in your booty. That was very invasive.
Very. I feel very invaded.
I don't think you even asked.
Oh, I trust this. The music too.
I can't. I've been playing silently. You know how hard it is to play a shooting game silenced?
What do you mean?
Like, no sound?
Oh, you can turn it up just a little bit on the TV.
Good.
I didn't know you couldn't hear it at all.
Nope. It's as if I was deaf and took out my hearing aids. That's okay. Mr. Gymnast over here. Watch my barrel roll.
They do that a lot. Dude. Armpit shots.
Right?
I think it actually did extra damage, which it would do in real life too.
What's
inner thigh, everything.
The bright lights when you aim at people sometimes.
Some people have that so you can't aim at them. I just shoot at the flashlight and usually
right? Like you're not doing anything to me. You're making
skimmed him. Scalped.
I mean, I guess it saves you for the fact you might be able to have an open casket.
Not him. Him's died from it.
Well, maybe he does that when he's happy.
He does. Death for joy.
Wow.
Kind of like jump for joy.
Crazy
you know?
stuff back
Oh yeah, I caught him on fire.
Oh.
They love that.
I've heard it talk.
Ah, he got himself on fire. Ah! Wait, is he shooting at somebody else, his friend? Nuh-uh.
He's our
Dude, they
friend.
aggroed at each other. Like, they shot each other and pissed each other off.
He's our friend now.
Nope, not anymore. You jinxed it. Whoa! Bitches. I need some health.
Turret, take care of it. He's distracted so I can shoot it in the face. Thank you, little turret.
Turret.
Alan Turret. Ooh, look at you, little bunny hop. That was adorable. Got a barrel over here. Yeah, I did not get it. Ready?
I think so.
I have to prevent my ants from retaking the library. Well,
I'm pushing control, brother. Why won't you control? Oh, because I have the shield out. Yep. Nice. Nice turret placement there. Oh, you didn't like that, huh? Is his name Rabies? Nice.
This could have turned out tragic. I'll ask Odessa to send a patrol.
mission completed.
Legendary!
What? Shh.
You'll start getting
Upstairs.
What level are you?
Nope, I'm going upstairs. I don't know.
Hold on, I got a whole bunch of gear for you back at my
13.
place.
You got gear back at your place? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Nice.
Ooh, it's so pretty.
It's gorgeous.
You can modify weapons too in your menus. Ooh, that reminds me of Borderlands. But what? Oh, no, no, no. I want to see what it looks like first. I didn't realize it was already been installed. No? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Yes. Nothing? Did I take it? I'm so confused at whatever that site is. No, it's on. Okay. I thought it would be something like you'd look through. Hmm. Wait a
I
minute.
am going to the White House.
I have this one too. Was that what I was using? Oh man. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
It's like an ultra legendary or something crazy. I'm excited. Holy shit! Oh, it's level 40. Never mind. I was like, wait a minute, 500,000 damage? That's a lot for my right now. How did I get that? Ooh, and once you go to a place, I can give you some gear that might be better than your gear.
I want to go back to the White House. Ouch.
It would be cool to get some actual functional captions though.
Hey there. Up for learning a new skill?
Yay.
I love your face.
Right.
Goodbye. Everything is priced to move.
And what level are you? Level 13?
Yeah.
Let's see. I have a carbine that does 4,500.
Ooh.
And ooh, I have one that does 46. It's even better. Yeah. Let me see this one. That one. I don't know if you're into the shotguns. I don't think so. That's about it. Level 14 and 15, I have a little bit better stuff. But for right now, I do have a better sniper rifle.
I'm getting rid of all my super low stuff. I'm deconstructing.
It's a good idea. Let's see, what would I do? All the way down the bottom. And what a dropage. What? Can I just... What? How do I drop it? Yeah, that's dropping them. You mean send link to chat? Shut up. And just drop it? Are you kidding me? Seriously though, how are other people dropping gear? I've seen people do it all the time. That's how I got the level 40 gear I got. Dirt. And once I figure it out, I'll be like, oh man, I can't believe you didn't figure that out. Man, mark it as junk? No. Bleh. I don't know what to do. It's not letting me drop it. My brain piece. Ah, son of beach. I don't get it. Like I said, it's not letting me drop it for some reason. I don't know why. New skills available at the base. The base in your face. I like send something. What do you think? What the fuck do I do? Um, item link sent to text chat. I don't know what the fuck that means. Because I'm not seeing anything up there at all. Guess I could look it up, but I mean, seriously though, it should just say on screen something, man, anything. Hmm. Nope. It's definitely not how. See, it won't even let me share. Whatever. It's being a dick about it. I'm just gonna have to let it be a dick. All the stuff on the bottom will probably be the lowest level gear. Well, you can set it that way. So that way you can figure out which ones you're not gonna want to keep. Like Merc said, you're gonna want to have just the highest level gear you can possibly equip. No matter what it looks like or it says. Just for now. Until you can get up to a higher level. You get to pick and choose things a little bit more. But as far as weapons go, a couple levels above what you're using is always going to be stronger, unless it's rarer. Rare items have strength to them. The power. I just want to try out this weapon really bad, so that's why I came out here. If you can pick a mission, I will follow you, but
Let's play one more matchup.
give me like a semi-automatic, which is fine with me. But the recoil kind of sucks. I can change the way it fires. Just have to deal with it. Aim at the chest, one of those bullets will hit him in the face, maybe. Possibly. You can go do checkpoints too. Those will level you up.
These?
Any of those red ones that say control point? That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Or there's ones closer too, I'm sure. See, there's one right next to the White House over there. See if I can warp to it. Might be able to warp to the safe house though. Yep. You warp to that safe house, you get real close to it.
Electronic device detected.
One I just went to the right. Yep. Sorry if that sounds shitty here.
Fine.
My tone. My delivery. No. Oh yeah, it's a progression. If you go to progression, you level yourself up and get yourself lots of points. You go into one of those. Wait a minute. Let me see. Let me see. Let me click on one. No. Where was it? There's an area. Actually, you know what? Before we go in here, let's go to the map, because I didn't see you do it yet. Go to the settlement. Or, let me think. Yeah, go to the settlement. I completely forgot about a little side questy thing that will give you lots of points. Yeah, go there.
You go there?
Yep. You'll get there faster than me. Oh, hell yeah. It's like instant. I just didn't even need to go. Alright. Spin around and look for somebody that says, okay, not the vendor, her. Go to that person. Projects, yes. That's what I was thinking about. Alright, you're going to want to go into these and go to one of them. Just go to that one. And devote steel. I should have told you this before you got rid of those things. Now go down to body armor. Give her that. Okay? Now you just need... Looks like you neutralize hostile activity. Alright, hit back. Now go to the next one. Try to fulfill any of these you can.
Okay.
Surprised it's not keeping track of anything you've done already. Like, you definitely did all of these things, pretty much. At least once.
I'm not connected to backpack.
It might not be the one you're wearing, though. It might be just an extra one you're carrying. But if you can fulfill any of those, they'll give you lots of experience. No, dog, go lay down, buddy. Like a buttload of it. Thank you, dog. Oh, dude. Ouch. That hurts so bad. You okay? He jumped right on my wire. He's a total spaz sometimes.
Okay.
He's a sweet chihuahua, but a spaz. Like, oh my god, guys. Oh, man. That type of spaz. He's not aggro. He's definitely a freak out sometimes.
Anything else I should do here?
No, because once we start beating things, you're gonna start leveling up like crazy as you fulfill those
there's one
projects.
close there.
Let's go. This way. Not seeing anything on my map. Oh, my ear hurts. That's the one that got surgery. I'll take a piece of my ear to fix my nose.
Hostile control point identified.
Oh, okay. These are good guys.
Friends.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
You see, there's a question mark. That's a little mini mission. You kind of just go do. Territory control. So we just gotta take these people out. We got mission from experience.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile control point nearby. Access key detected.
That's a good guy. This gun is amazing. Ooh, legendary. Oh, a bunch of good guys and bad guys mixed in over there. Right, we need to finish taking this territory, or did we? Oh, open the gear stash. Cool. Ooh, that's better than what I got. I think it is. How do we compare? G?
No.
There we go. Wait, why are we comparing that one? Just give it to me. That's a regular rifle. I'm using a rifle right here. What's this one's specials? Oh no. See, where's DPS at? Low? Rounds per minute, but it's total damage. I don't know, man. That's rough. I'll try it out. Quick. The recoil is better. It is way better. I can't use that thing? Oh. Okay, fine. Is there another one? Okay. I thought there was another robot already.
Heavily armored
There was another robot on its way. RC car. Killed the handler though, so I don't know if that kills the robot. He's deploying one too. Son of a bitch. Pop your head up. There you go.
Seconds.
I don't know. Oh, okay. There they are. There was one little guy left.
Guiding system.
Alright. What is that it? I think that was it. Yeah. You did it. We did it. There's a side mission up here.
There's gardens on the rooftops of an apartment complex. The theater could use them to produce food.
Right up the street.
Clear out the hyenas and make that area safe again.
Oh. Yeah. Sitting there and telling you to pick a mission. I could just pick a mission. I knew I could do that. That's kind of cool.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to fix that display up there. It looks like Garbo. Doggo! I want to pet the dog.
Doggo's running.
Oh no, bullets will be flying soon. Run. I swear that was a person. Another question mark. It might just be one of those missions you need to do. Huh? One-shotted. Oh wow, what a good spot. I like that. Wow, what a great spot. Look at this spot.
That's a nice spot.
Hell yeah.
That speaker overrided.
Looks like that screen was messed up.
What happened?
Now there's gonna be a bunch of people coming.
Oh, you're stinky.
Stinky boy. Oh, why are you so stinky? Oh, is he feeling suppressed? Not anymore. Another legendary of some sort. Oh, right there.
Authorization.
Oh, it's a key. Okay. It's a key to turn that back on.
I got it. I like things like that.
What, in certain keys?
Well, no, that you got it, and I was able to
Yeah, same.
activate it.
Well, just like how I can pick a mission. You can shoot their legs out too. He just shot his foot out and he fell. going the wrong way. Think? Oh, that's right. For some reason, I just could not think. It's not done. Alright. That's right, we were going over this way.
What does it mean to level up the season pass?
Go to your inventory menu, go to mutiny. And pick any of those up. Oh, we have 5 weapon caches. I wonder if they'll be leveled to you right now.
What is that?
Where's that box at the top right? Right there. Claim all X. Claim anything you can in here that says you can claim it. It'll light up down there at the bottom if you can claim it. It'll let you hit A on it or X or whatnot. You have ultimate too. You should have stuff in your. Hit B. Now go down to apparel. Alright. Now open those boxes at the bottom left. There you go.
Pipes.
Ooh, yellow. Legendary something. More pants. High-end pants.
Except. Open. Says witness. That's great.
There's one of mine. I got.
I love it.
It's all gonna be just pants? Come on.
He who has the pants.
Here's all the clothes you ever need.
Only pants.
Oh. Only eyes. Super secret agent. Lady. You get something for your top?
Nope.
Anything?
I'm gonna wear the pants as a top.
A hat? Cool hat. Something?
Nope.
Oh my god!
Pants.
Holy shit!
That's what we get here. We get pants.
Hey man, he who has the most pants rules the world.
Sure does. A key is required. I hit the wrong button.
Oh, okay. Go back to your regular inventory. Well, go through wherever you want. And
Whose skills are available back at base? Hold on, I want to go to base.
I'm just wondering if you have any more boxes to open somewhere in there. Because, there's so much hidden little things in your
Base
menu.
is White House or settlement? What's base?
Hey, go to White House because it has an exclamation point up to the top left of it. It'll tell you that means you need to go there. Yep. Oh. Yes.
I'm gonna drop out after this.
Hey there. Up for learning a new skill?
And the skill point unlocked.
Wow. My journey. Wait, what do you mean claim rewards? Under journey, there's a whole bunch of rewards to get. Possibly
Nice.
for you, even.
Nice.
What do you mean? There's still an exclamation point here. What do I do? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't understand why. Again, this little exclamation point means there's something to do in here. And I just don't know.
How do I say?
You just quit.
Really?
Yep.
Is it gonna throw you out?
Mm-mm. Go to, press right trigger in, or right button, or right joystick in. Yeah.
An agent has disconnected.
Agent has
Oh, that
disconnected.
was so much fun. That was so much fun. I gotta finish dinner. I'm gonna
Okay.
take Smarbles
Smarble.
to where it needs to be.
Mr. Dog.
You have to go potty bubble.
I need to
Please
switch
don't
the
hurt your
screen
dad.
over.
Come on, let's go outside.
Go outside, buddy. He was locked in.
He was locked in.
That's
Afraid
hilarious.
he's gonna
Hold
hurt
on, let
you.
me switch this over. Cam box. Give me the cam box, and then we're going to boop, boop. Okay. Open. Now, is any of this better than the stuff I'm wearing? 295. It's only a few hundred. What's this? 27. See, this one might be better. No, it's one level below. Oh, yeah. So you need to go donate for my progression to let's see. 35. 1. Yeah. $20,000, huh? Go for it. And not. Okay, what? Now I have to go back in? Okay, fine. Wait, what? This? What? What did I get? It bothers me because it's not like really highlighted what I need to pick up. And there's so much stuff in here that you can possibly get. What is it tonight? What do I claim? How much is it? No, just let me see. Whoa. No, dude, I just bought this Ultimate Edition. I'm good. Is it not unlocked yet? Like the full Ultimate? Dude, I don't know. You'd think the season pass would come with that. Season bundle. Hold on. What's this? What? Uh-huh. What? Can I? Do you already have it? Oh, okay. Should do that on hers too. Hold on one second. I'm gonna yell. So I'm gonna mute this. Gear die. Oh, hell no. Get these to get though. Yes. Yes. Oh, it's just a die? Sure. Okay. See. Interesting. Okay, it's not in here. What's this? Oh, that's crazy looking. Sure. What we got to do now? Yes. No, this. Kitty? Ooh, Kitty, it gave me a good gun, Kitty. Level 40, though. Means I can't use it yet, Kitty. Kitty. Kingbreaker. Kitty. My dear Kitty. This best kitty ever, Kitty. It's the world, Kitty. Kitty. It is a sweet baby kitty. Oh my goodness. You're such a sweet lady. You're gonna knock this keyboard down. No, hold on. Hold on. Kitty. Kitty time. Just for a little bit. She only does this for a little bit. And then she'll lay down or go do something. Oh my goodness, Kitty. Oh, why is so sweet? Actually, while I'm in this setting, or this room, I could even do... Kitty. Which one is it, Kitty? I know it's one of them. It is. I think it's this one, right? I know I unmute it, Kitty. There it is. What do you think, Kitty? There we go. Kitty. Kitty. Wait. Oh my god. He kisses too? Oh my. Well, don't kiss me on the mouth. Oh, see? We're good. She is adorable. Alright, let me switch it back over. Jesus. Kitty. Yes. All level 40, but all the better to level up. The fuck is this shit? Oh my, what? What? I am so confused. What is this shit? And why are you saying I got something I gotta do in here? Okay, I see. Well, why would I want to get rid of it though? And what do I need to do? Just look at it? Is that why it's all lit up? Hey, check this out. See, now this right here might actually make this a little bit more useful for me. So honestly, just one little drone thing, I'm good. Drone dart. Right. No, I need to do. I didn't think about that. Wait, even I have that side mission to do? Or am I still in her world? You know what I mean? I think once she left the sesh, I became leave current session? Yes. I think that's what I needed to do. What's this? Just dropped me on a whole bunch of loot. Thank you very much. Hell yeah. Ooh, big box. If I compare. Yes. Oh, hey, this one? Can I? This one isn't as good. Okay. Shoddy. Just give it to me. I'll break it down. Give it to somebody. In fact, let me go to here. I guess we're no longer a co-op stream going on. Take the couch co-op part out. That one, huh? There we go. Yeah. Oh, this one's projects. This is what I need. Yep. 26,000 experience. There's gotta be more I can do. Yes. And I'm just thinking complete activities, huh? Okay. Anything else I could do? Anything. Nope. Now I just have to get busy. Make sure. Oh, what's that? That's a project lady. Oh, okay. Yeah. Ooh, castration of their nation? I love that. Is there? Make sure we get sound. Why is there no sound coming through? Just, whoa, because I don't have it on the cam box. Hold up. I will fix that. I have to add that as an independent sound. Boop, boop, boop. Opens. This. No, not a new one. Discard. No, not this one. Hold on. I'm all discombobulated. This one. This. That should have fixed it. I think. There we go. Oh yeah, I fixed it. In fact, it looks like it can go up just a little bit. Sorry, the screen gets all weird when you click off. I think it's just to save some energy or graphics processing. Does that for everyone that plays the game, actually. Shortcut.
Electronic device detected.
Can we impose on you to give us a demonstration of proper weapon handling?
Really? On mouse.
Friendly supply on foot in proximity.
Oops, wrong button.
That was some incredible shooting.
Meh. Right. Oh, and I could actually switch over to the headphone too. Nah. Let's leave it like this. For now.
Control point nearby. Portable device detected.
Well, I guess we're picking up some kitchen sounds, so maybe I should switch over. This whole setup, that 4-screen split needed a whole lot of extra stuff. Fancy stuff. Let's see. I should actually do different profiles for that. Maybe. Well, so it is what it is. I mean, I guess I can turn the noise gate up just 1 decibel, and it'll help stop that. Maybe. Microphone filter noise gate. And one little scooch. I'll leave that up. Make sure everything can still be heard. I'm not cutting out. Ooh, a pink tracksuit. My lady. If I go into battle with that. I realize there's so much loot just kind of hiding down little alleyways. Honestly. I don't have any grenades. Else? Nope.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership in one decisive blow. Get in there and hunt them down. Every last
I'll
one
get
of
in
them.
there. Okay. Oh. I didn't see these guys right here. And, oh, I do have grenades. Nice. First. Always reloading. Why are you gonna get up above me, honey? Wait, what? What happened? That was weird. My mouse is hating this piece of paper right now I'm using. I don't have a really good mouse pad. I need one.
Taking this fucker out! Come on, roll!
Enter? What arena? Oh, nice. Was that the whole first wave? Nuh-uh. Oh, he was extra armored guy anyways. Oh, yeah?
Electronic device detected.
Where? Ooh, loot. I came back here. Aw. Stupid Uzis. Give me! Dude!
Immediate medical assistance.
Well, no shit!
Agent, deceased.
Oh, what a horrible, horrible trap that was. I should have cleared everybody and then searched. My loot! My loot! Did I switch weapons? Oh my god. That was dumb of me. Motherfucker. Not mean to. Too bad. Not level 40. My gun go. Gonna be a bunch of people right there. Oh no. Get off. Get. Really? I did nothing to him? Why? What about that? Did it do anything? Does it keep you warm? Yeah, come on. Come on. Loot's in the back of there, but there's gonna be somebody that pops up. Or did I get everyone this time? Am I free? So I'm gonna spawn as soon as I open the box. Oh. Cool. So I'm gonna collect everything beforehand. Really? Why?
There's no escaping me!
Run! Run! Get off the wall! Oh! You're squirmy. Here, have that. Does it do anything for you? You are so squirrely. Oh my god. There. Fly away. I just don't believe it. There's gotta be somebody somewhere. I didn't ask for backup, so it's gotta be them. Nope. Remember the F button.
Won't let this asshole get away.
Nothing.
Think you're the good guys? Jesus. Come on, back.
Weasel. Okay. Anything?
They're inside the building? I told Diesel we need more people guarding the entrance.
You can give him shit about it if we all live through this. Right now, I need you to do whatever you can with whatever you got.
All right, I'm on it.
Saw all these boomy booms, propane tanks, and thought, oh shit, they might be coming in here to fight me. I'm wrong. Got him. Oh. Haha. Ah, you son of a bitch.
Serious trauma detected.
Yep.
Agent vital signs.
Deserved.
0.
So is dinner done? I think I might be done. Streaming for a bit. Yeah, a good 4 hours or so in. I might come back and stream later though. After dinner. I chill for a little bit. I am so glad this worked out. And I can stream this without any problems if I run it on low setting, which doesn't look bad. That doesn't look amazing. I might even be able to crank it up to medium. I think it seems to be running fine. At least for when I'm playing. They're not capturing multiple screens at once. I'm trying to thing up to medium. Just across the board. Wait, did I? I don't think that saved it, did it? A little bit better. I'm just like right here, so see if I can get past this part real quick before I go eat dinner. Oh, miss. So squirrely. What the fuck? I still have no idea what does that, other than the flashlight long enough? Is that what? Aha. Yep, it's that flashlight for sure. It does that. Look at him. Mini drone. That's got both of you. Nice. Right in the face with that little visor. I'm gonna get you. Top of your head up. Come on. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Wait, let me. Is that loot? Loot here? Some sort.
Power offline. Circuit breaker detected.
Yeah, it's running fine on medium. Might even crank it up higher. We'll see. There you out of there. Got you twice out of there. One of those guys. I know it. Anything? Thing back there? Ah, come on. Oh, look at that. Come over the counter, you fool. Nothing. Or just a way to flank him, I guess. And then fight him off in the kitchen. That'll probably go right above my head. Something like that. I don't trust it. Oh, because I'm supposed to go this way. Jackass. There we go. I gotta give him the sweep.
Portable electronic device detected.
Just trying to finish this mission. Before I eat the food. You're really on it, huh? Why can't I tell this drone who and where to go? I did before I put a shield on, and then all of a sudden I can't. I had to get the guy with the flashlight. I think. Yep. I don't do that. There's gotta be people here. Yep. Aw, that was dumb. Oh, that was dumb too. Damn it. Who? Puts me up. Be a lot of people probably. He's in purple? Oh, fuck you, dude! Reload! Look at the person. Look at the person. See, first-person shooter would be great for this. You can't see through your character like that.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here.
Uh-uh.
Don't die,
What?
motherfucker. Not a chance.
Well, that was really easy to just tone down the difficulty on me. I said died. This is a big area. I wonder if there's any loot. Yep. Ooh. Oh, it's a shotgun. Do not use shotguns. This actually would be a good mission for one, though. Versus a sniper rifle, because of how close quarters everything is. I need to start doing loadouts. I can swap them out and fly like that. You can turn this whole thing and watch whatever the hell you want off of it. Nope. Shouldn't. I mean, if it does, I can always turn it off. And you're good. Sorry, it's a little fourth wall break in there. If that bothers people, I don't know. I guess it might bother some people. Two TVs set up here. She wants to watch some stuff. I have to isolate the sound off of it and mute it. Like I said, I'm just trying to finish this mission. I'm gonna get off here and eat some food. It's a big mission. It's not a main mission, but it is a long mission. Did I pick up that fucking shotgun? I fucking did, dude. God damn it. Yeah, it does nothing for me, bro. Really? There we go. Got one. That red light's pissed me off, though. See if I can get a better angle here.
Maybe I can get a better shot over there.
Damn, son. Yes, come out here.
How'd that feel?
People are just healing themselves. This mouse is being a bitch, pissing me off. I need a mouse pad. Like, real bad. This paper shit's not fucking working sometimes. If I hit any type of word or fold or anything on this paper, crease, anything, it's just over. Shoot him. Shoot him. Thank you. It's the middle one. Dude, you guys need to get out of there. Wait, what? What? Dude, where are all these guys just plopping on out of? What booty hole? Where are all these turds just falling out of? Just want to be done with this mission. Sorry. Had to crack my wrist. Old. Needed mobility back. Oh yeah, that's right. Don't open that yet. Hold up. Get a stupid shotgun out of here, damn it. I have to be done soon. This mission is long for a side mission.
Diesel, where are you? The garage. Just stop those assholes, alright?
Of course I will. Now fuck off and let me work.
Where are you? If you're cooking. I don't believe it. Really? All this open area and nothing? Weird. Anything to loot? Yes. Holy shit. That's a marksman rifle though. It's not as good as the one I got. Is it? It's trying to say it is, but I don't believe it. Yeah, dude, I don't. Did I accidentally? I did. I don't want the marksman rifle. It's cool looking. But this marksman rifle does 20,000 damage. So why would I swap that out? Oh, holy shit. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Can I take that off? Recoil's terrible, but it does so much damage. Why? No! A sniper assault rifle, pretty much. No respawn zone, huh? Shoot this bitch. Don't just shoot this bitch. There you go. Hi, kitty. No, 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 no. That time, me, kitty.
She was like fucking this. She ran so fucking fast. Yeah, I blasted her with a.
I'm shitting my pants. Because of this guy right here. Holy crap. So much armor. When will he ever die? Does he keep healing every single time? What is happening? Are you gonna die yet? How much damage can he take? And how many times do I gotta reload? Oh my god. I am done. Fuck that shit. This is getting really fucking old. Oh, it was just about to explode. Damn, dude. I fucking brought a tank to a gunfight. Desperate much. And now you're fucking flanking me. Oh my god. Can I just be done with this mission already? I should have quit when I fucking had a chance. This is a co-op. It's almost like it's still in co-op mode. Yeah. I usually have zero problems with just going solo. No, it's going to, when you're in co-op mode, it's going to throw twice as many people with twice as much health. And all the gadgets and all the gear and shields and robots and stuff until you get to a higher level. Then that's just normal, but I think it's ramped up the difficulty on me. Even though I quit the session. Alright, I am going to go eat before my food gets cold. At least anymore. I thought this mission would be done, dude. This is a little itty bitty petty bitch ass mission. And it's just like, I don't know, about half hour, 40 minutes deep after I started it. I'm good. If it starts me all over again and throws me out of the mission, I am fine with that. Because everything I do is a grind and a level up, so there's really no reason to cry too hard. Except for fucking died like 5-6 times, kitty. You know? You know? Thank you for leaving me alone for just a minute to try to kill those fools. You know, they smoked me. They smoked down on me. Oh my goodness, Kitty, sweet Kitty. As best as Kitty ever, Kitty. 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 Oh my god, such sweet Kitty. Goodness. My goodness. Yes, the sweet lady. I got to get up and eat my food. I see. It looks amazing. I'm excited. It is probably cold. The stupid side mission was super duper long.
If you don't want them to get any more crunchy,
Yeah.
you could do 330 for 6 minutes. That's what the other air fryer did to warm things up.
Okay. Yeah, this is main mission worthy level. It's fucking ridiculous. I was fighting so many heavies too. Anyways, and why is... Oh, I picked the wrong capture sound, I think. No. Why am I getting no sound? Are you kidding me? That whole time there's been no sound in the game? Why? What do you mean Spotify? What? Hold on a second. It might have been working this whole time. I think I have so many different audio things. Hi, Kitty. Oh, that's right. If I was in Cambox, it'd be working. I'm so confused by that. Yeah. Yes, Kitty. Yes. His sweet Kitty. Sweetest kitty ever, Kitty. Yes. Yes. I thought that maybe I didn't have any stuff. She's attacking me. Oh, it's so much love. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're so sweet. You are. You're adorable. Oh, okay. Well, I might be back later. Depends on how things go. But if not, good night. There we go.